Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of July 29th, 2024. I'll call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem, and to the Grande Prairie Marketing Department for putting together the footage of Grande Prairie that you see in the video. I would now like to move on, take the opportunity to read our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island, and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations and Inuit nations since time immemorial. Thank you for that opportunity. Now moving on to the adoption of the previous council minutes, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held July 15th as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of today's agenda, recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. My Councillor O'Connor wasn't in the queue. All right. No delegations that I'm aware of today, and just to remind those who are watching at home, Council is more than happy to have delegations come. If we have an evening session, there's an opportunity in the evening session. Otherwise, it's in the afternoon session, which starts at 3 o'clock, like today. It's a simple form. You go online, fill it out, just to let us know ahead of time that you're coming and what topics you may wish to discuss in order for us to have the appropriate administrative support in the room, depending on your questions and your topics. So seeing none today, I'm going to move on to reports. Item 7.1, the emergency management update, and I'll turn that over to Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So early last week, the Grande Prairie Regional Emergency Partnership received a call from AEMA asking if we would assist with the evacuees from Jasper. And so we activated GPREP about a week ago, and the latest numbers are that we have 300 evacuees that are currently registered in Grande Prairie. That does not mean that those are all individuals that are with us. We currently have 120 hotel room occupants across 6 hotels and occupying 77 hotel rooms. We're also using one campground that is hosting evacuees. Over the weekend, the number of evacuees that have registered with us has slowed down considerably. So as of tomorrow, the reception center will be moving from the Bonnetts Energy Center to the Holiday Inn and Suites. The Holiday Inn and Suites is where we're hosting most of our evacuees, and we do have a room there that provides services with Alberta Health Services and Service Canada, so we'll be moving to that same location effective tomorrow morning. The hours of operation for the reception center will remain 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We'll be reducing staff to basically 2 resources on site, but certainly we'll have some other resources that will be working remotely supporting that operation. There is a town hall being held tonight for Albertans who have been evacuated. So that information is on the AMA website for anyone that wishes to log on to that. City facilities have been given, our city facilities have been open to our evacuees, so recreation facilities throughout our city and also some in the county have been open to our evacuees, and free transit is provided to all evacuees. And those are evacuees from Jasper and evacuees from the First Nations from further north, because we know that a number of evacuees from First Nations are also with us. So that access is provided to all evacuees. In terms of fire resources, the Grande Prairie Fire Department does have 7 firefighters in Jasper with a couple of pieces of apparatus. They have been there for a couple of tours now. We expect them to come home tomorrow or Wednesday. So we're doing our very best to continue supporting the town of Jasper in this difficult time. The GPREP assistance, IEMA has asked to extend till August the 7th, so at least we'll be supporting all those evacuees till August the 7th and maybe longer depending on what the need is. So that is my update for now, Madam Mayor, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that, Chief Lemieux. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple of questions, but first a point. Always proud of our city staff when we're helping out our neighbors in these emergencies. I know everyone feels welcome, and so compliments to you and the team once again. Just kind of curious, you'd mentioned residences, but I know we've had, Jasper sees international travelers. How are they being accommodated from around the world? Are we seeing anybody?
Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the answer is yes. We have seen many tourists. We have seen foreign workers, a number of foreign workers. So we have many of those that have either passed through our community or staying with us right now. And I just want to clarify that we have more than city employees supporting GPREP. We have county employees. We have the town of Beaver Lodge, Wembley, and Sexsmith also supporting us.
Okay, and that was actually my next question, if I may, Mayor. Are we scaled to the same level as the Northwest Territories evacuations, or much smaller?
Much smaller. And again, we're demobilizing some of our resources now because the number of evacuees that are coming to us is significantly reduced. But this is a much smaller operation than what we saw from the Northwest Territories.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Chief Lemieux, just to reiterate the town hall for this evening through Alberta Motor Associations, AMA, is that what you mean? And how do you find that link to get on there?
So I was referring to the Alberta Emergency Management Agency, AEMA, is the site that people should go to, and they'll find the contact information there. The phone number to participate, if anybody's listening and wants to write that down, is 1-833-380-0691.
And you don't have to pre-register?
I believe you have to pre-register if you want to ask questions, but you could also just go on and listen in.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know the focus in Alberta has been on the Little Red River. Is that what it is? And Jasper. Are we likely to be receiving people from any other communities further north or further east, such as Wood Buffalo or Northwest Territories?
So at this time, thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we have not been asked or put on notice for any of those. We do have other communities like Grande Prairie, I believe. We have a few individuals from that area, but the answer is no, we have not been asked to prepare for other evacuees.
Okay, and of course that can change with weather.
All right, those are all the questions we have today. Thanks so much, Chief Lemieux. Appreciate the update. Moving on to committee business. First item of today's business, the Strategy and Communication Services Committee meeting held July 23rd. The package is in your e-scribe today, and I'll recognize Councillor O'Toole for introduction.
Thank you very much. I move Council adopt the minutes of the Strategy and Communication Services Committee meeting held on July 23rd as presented.
All right, that motion is in order. I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Highlights for your meeting, Councillor O'Toole.
There we go. Yes, highlights are the city clerk. Residents can still complete the municipal census by contacting 311 on the verification of data and analysis phases are ongoing. Administration is assisting departments with bylaw and policy development and review, and the annual records management destruction is being planned, and departments in the organization have been contacted to assist. What's happened is the paper copies get destroyed, but there is, I don't know how you call it, recorded copies still kept on file. As also, corporate and communications recent announcements include the upgrades for local playgrounds, fire bans in place, updates on 132nd Avenue construction, and updates on the amenity access to the Eastlink Centre. A public information campaign is now underway for the extended producer responsibility, which you may hear the acronym in the future, EPR. Community engagement open house events were hosted for the intermunicipal development plan last week. Under corporate marketing, Canada Day promotions garnered 23,846 website visits, with digital advertising reaching over 93,000 people. Day of coverage included Facebook and Instagram stories highlighting event features through video, reaching almost 10,000 additional viewers. Promotions are ongoing for Experience Grande Prairie, along with the announcement of Kim Mitchell as this year's headliner for Grande Prairie, along with the announcement. The event is on August 30th. I met Kim Mitchell back when he was doing the patio lanterns tour and Mazel Go for a Soda tour back a long time ago in the early 80s. Additional active campaign includes Sundays in the park, afternoon tea at Forbes Homestead, and GP Grows, the Aquaterra Outdoor Pool theme nights, and sponsored free swims and Heritage Day. And with that, that is my synopsis of the last meeting. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor O'Toole. Moving on to the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held July 23rd, 2024. And this one I'll turn over to Councillor O'Connor for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that Council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held July 23rd as presented.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. That motion is in order. I will call the question. Councillor Blackmore, how do you vote? Now we got it. There we go. That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, you had a couple items of business today.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council approve the reallocation of existing capital funds to operating for the Nitehawk ski hill. This will help them mitigate some of the issues that they've experienced with the landslide and keeping their operation going properly. So, thank you.
All right. So that motion is in order. Council approve the reallocation of Nitehawk's existing capital funds to operating. I will call the question on that. Sorry, opportunity for discussion or debate, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There was no information really attached to this report. So I am asking, this is money that we've already allocated to Nitehawk, and they're asking to move it on their balance sheet from capital to operations.
100%. And Mr. Burke, some context to that.
Yes, this was a reprofiling of capital to operations for this year. There also was a subsequent request for additional funding for insurance and utilities. Committee directed that, referred that to budget deliberation. So that was the second part of the motions that came out of that meeting. So this is not new money. This is existing money moving from capital to operating.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. Carries unanimously. And just Councillor Thiessen, I know you're online. For those who might be watching, Councillor Thiessen's joining us online today. If you have any questions, please just feel free to raise your hand and I'll keep my eye out for you. Second item of business today, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council approve the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships legacy funding to be dispersed to the Indigenous Sports Council of Alberta.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. When I'm looking at the report, it says the successful grant, that there was approximately a 37,500 surplus. Is that after the money that we've contributed? Like, is our money come off the top, or when we started the event, that money was gone and we don't have a chance to recoup it, or?
We will just give Ms. Bieberdorf a second to get situated at the presenters table. And your mic is on whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So there was $50,000 of capital that was approved and wasn't needed, so we didn't actually take that $50,000 allocation. So.
Okay, so in here it's saying we put up total contribution was 25,000 cash and 59,000 in gift, and so 84,500 in municipal contributions. So none of that's recoverable. Like, I'm just wondering, was that recovered and then the 37,500 is a surplus on top of that?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we had 75,000 cash initially. We only used 25, so 50 of that returned, I believe, to Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, and then the gift in kind. But no, we didn't recover any of that. This is just the surplus that we generated through grants and fundraising.
Okay, and just one other question, if I can, Mayor Clayton. Just, is it normal to, like, we've in other, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but in other ones we put this money back into our own organization through, community group funding, or not community group funding, through arts and wellness development and our used to be Pursuit of Excellence. Was that an option for us on this one, or was it just how this one was set up that we needed to put it back?
So, Ms. Bieberdorf, maybe just expand on the evaluation of other organizations that was given consideration to in how you got to putting this money through this suggestion to the Native Sport Council of Alberta.
Sure, thank you. So depending on the dollar amount that we have left at the end of the event kind of determines our next steps. This wasn't a large amount of money, but instead of creating our own stream for Indigenous sport, we thought we would use the existing resources that are available while still allocating them locally. So it'll still be local athletes and organizations, but it wasn't something that we could sustain long term with just the 37,000 within the city's existing budget, because we don't have that funding stream currently.
Oh, so it had to be allocated back to Indigenous events of some kind. Like, we couldn't put it to our Pursuit of Excellence for athlete development that way.
We could have, but we thought that it would be most beneficial to go back into Indigenous sport.
Okay, I'm struggling with that a little bit. Thanks.
Any further questions? And so, just to reiterate, there currently was no stream for distribution of Indigenous sport funding. Rather than create a new entity to distribute that, you're using the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta. However, the conversation, the criteria has been established that the money will be distributed through that organization, but to local initiatives and local athletes.
Correct, yes. And then they'll provide us an annual report of how it was distributed and to who and what sports.
Yeah. Perfect. Any further questions for Ms. Bieberdorf? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Plott votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, one third item of business today.
Yes. Before I make the motion, I'd like to pass this off to Chief Lemieux to do the presentation, and I'll do the motion. I think it's...
Perfect. Chief Lemieux, for introduction, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as we did a year ago, as we are applying for a FRIAA, the Forest Improvement Association of Alberta, for Fire Smart program. And whenever you submit such an application, you have to have a council motion. So that's what we're asking council here today to support two applications. One is for continued vegetation management, which we were successful last year to receive $200,000. We'll be asking for a further $200,000 to continue with that work. And then we're also asking for an education program to help spread the word and do some marketing around Fire Smart and providing additional information for residents that are nearing those wildland urban interface. So that's what the two applications will be, and we're looking for a motion from council to support those two applications.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council is committed to support the City of Grande Prairie's grant applications for the vegetation management and public education streams under the Forest Resource Improvement Association, FRIAA, Fire Smart program.
So that motion is in order. Discussion or debate. I had a question for Chief Lemieux. If residents who are adjacent to a corridor that is heavily treed, corridors that we've been doing vegetation management on, and they would like to have their house fire smarted, what's the process for that?
So I would ask that they contact the Grande Prairie Fire Department, and we will make sure that, and we've had a number of residents contact us, so at any time they can contact the Grande Prairie Fire Department, and we'll respond with appropriate resources to help them out.
And just so those who might be watching or aware, I understand, and I could be incorrect, but they'll come, assess your situations, things like they may tell you to trim some bushes, they may tell you to move your firewood pile. Those are the type of assessments that you expect to see once they assess your property?
Absolutely. There's a very specific criteria under the Fire Smart program, and that's what we would use as a guideline.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, I have a couple. GPREP had to be initiated last week to respond to the lightning storms that caused quite a few fires. In particular, Jasper was hit pretty hard, and they are now been evacuated to either Grande Prairie or to Calgary. And so we're honored to be able to be there to help the residents from Jasper try and recover, and that will continue on till October 7th. The other thing, just a reminder, there is still a fire ban. Even though you might think it's raining, you still have a fire ban. So please, no open fires. We appreciate that. And don't flick the ciggy butts into the ditch. So anyway, foxtails are still an issue, and the city is taking steps to mitigate, steps to cut down on foxtail and do whatever it takes to have that problem go away. Thank you very much. That's my report, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks so much, Councillor O'Connor. Moving on to the Financial Administrative Services Committee meeting, also held July 23rd, 2024, and I will turn this one over to Councillor Plott for introduction.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council adopt the minutes of the Financial and Administrative Services Committee held July 23rd as presented.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Pressy in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott, one item of business today.
Yeah, we did have a report come regarding some capital budgets, but I'm actually going to ask if Chief Whiteway wouldn't mind just introducing this, as we did have some conversation at committee, but I wasn't sure if there were some members on council that had further questions.
Perfect. Chief Whiteway, could you introduce this, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So at committee, 4 projects were referred for consideration to amendment to the 2024 capital plan. Administration does do this process annually to ensure that any emergent needs are identified and brought forward for consideration. Of the 4 projects, 3 were considered were brought forward for here today for decision. So the first project was the Campbell cabin roof replacement. This is to replace the blacksmith shop roof project. So there's no new money required for this, just a reprioritization. The third project was Fire Dispatch Technologies. This would be 911 grant funded and is a requirement in order for CRTC regulations and to finalize this project. And finally, the third project was the Montrose Cultural Center remediation phases 2 and 3. So this is the largest of the projects brought forward, anticipated to require $3.3 million, and if approved, a subsequent borrowing bylaw would be brought forward next month to council. That completes my summary. Thanks.
Ms. Whiteway. Councillor Plott.
Okay, thanks for the summary, Chief Whiteway. So with that, I'll make a motion that council amend the 2024 capital budget as presented in the report with the removal of Project 2.
Perfect. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration under Project 3, the Fire and Dispatch Technologies. When I look at the funding required, it says that we're going to take $300,000 from the 9/11 grant funds. I'm just looking for clarity for the next sentence. It says this would put the project total cost at 1.98, and the current balance of the 9/11 grant fund is 1.597. So when we take that $300,000 out of the 9/11 grant fund, would that then leave 1.297, or is that the total at the end after we take the $300,000 out at 1.597?
Chief Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So current balance is 1.5. So you are correct. We just subtract 300 from that and still have the 1.2.
Okay, and just one follow-up question. So that would leave us roughly about $700,000 short on the 9/11 grant funding and project. Where would we make that up?
Ms. Whiteway?
Or would we just be adding to that?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my apologies. The 1.597 would be net of what's already been approved. So that's what's remaining to be utilized. But the 1.9, sorry, we have the 300,000 is what's coming out of what's available, but the previous funding has already been included in that calculation. So we won't have a shortfall. The only anticipated shortfall is the 300,000, which requires the funding from council.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know that Project 2, which was in this report, Masquate Park signage, did not come forward to council, so clearly the committee didn't approve it. It also shows as no new funding requested. So did the committee decide not to approve it in order to save $105,000?
Absolutely. So the conversation that day with that standing committee was that although there was already previously budgeted money, council decided that it wasn't necessarily to the magnitude that originally had been planned. There still would be some wayfinding signage that parks would do to identify that park, but the significant initial signage that was allocated and budgeted, committee chose not to send it to council for consideration. However, you know the process if you would like to have a conversation about changing that.
No, I'm comfortable with that decision.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is on project number 4. Since this is significant in dollars, I guess I would like to ask administration if there's going to be some sort of communication to the public on the basis of this remediation. In particular, the fact that the art gallery in 2026 would have to move or close for 8 to 10 months is significant for our community. So I'd just like the public to know that there will be a communications plan moving forward with this remediation work.
Sure. Chief McEachran or Mr. Burke, can we sort of high level what the plan will be for communication and the impact of that facility?
Where we're looking at for closures is several years out. What we're looking for from council today was the direction to proceed with this step so that we could begin the planning on what the specific timeline would be. So yes, there will be further communications, but I can assure the public that there's no changes in the near future, and that the art gallery and library will still be operational for this year, and we'll have further communications as we update the timetable.
Phase 2 will happen in 2025, which is electrical work and lighting systems for 1.1 approximately, which won't impact operations. But phase 3 in 2026, the public can expect to see more in-depth communications as that gets closer. All right, so there's Councillor Plott, I apologize. Did you make your motion?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? Now we got it. There we go. That carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Councillor Plott, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the business that we got completed here. Under assessment and taxation, the summer students are finishing up inspections in Crystal Lake and would move to the Lakeland area. Administration's work on the collections of outstanding mobile home and BIA taxes. In finance, administration's working on month-end processes for June and preparing the Q2 statements for presentation to committee after the council break, so next month. And under procurement, there are currently 6 bids on the market, including exterior window cleaning for all facilities, HVAC renovations at Vantage Paw Building, and roof replacement for the GP Museum. Administration is working with Grande Prairie Police Services to procure required vehicles. In GIS and ITS, administration continues with network configuration and outdoor wireless installation to improve connectivities to all of our facilities. And that's my report.
Right, thank you for that. Moving on to the Invest GP Committee meeting held July 23rd, 2024. And I will turn this one over to Councillor Bressie for introduction.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of the Invest GP Committee meeting held July 23 as presented.
Great, that motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie, a couple items of business today.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First of all, I'd like to move the council rescind policy 208, Revolution Place Box Office Advance of Ticket Proceeds. This policy governs a practice that's no longer industry standard, so we no longer need this policy. So I hope council will support this.
Thank you for that. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council approve amendments, policy 211, Bonnetts Energy Center alcohol management guidelines. These are truly just minor housekeeping amendments to make sure this bylaw's wording is still current.
All right. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, this may be a technical question. However, it refers to the RCMP, and as this policy was written in 2021, and we have now gone through a transition to from RCMP to a municipal police force, I would like to recommend that the GPPS be inserted in this policy and described as the Grande Prairie Police Service.
I can speak to that, Mayor Clayton.
Pardon me?
I can speak to that.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So if I'm reading the policy right, the GPPS is inserted in this policy. If you read at the very bottom of page 1, they're in there. However, they're not appearing in definitions because they haven't been shorted in here. So they're not in the definitions list, but they are indeed in the policy.
Okay, they are in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, there's one in particular I'd like to report, Mayor Clayton, and that is the Bose Facility Utilization Pilot Project. We've recognized that the Bose Center between running the awesome events it runs, it often is empty. And council's been looking for ways to get that more fully utilized. And something that we asked administration to do some work on, and administration did excellent work, was to wrestle up some ideas of recreational groups that we could put in that space when it's not being used. So starting this fall, tennis is going to be renting that space out to play some tennis. It's a fairly low upfront cost to get some lines in, get some portable nets so that tennis can try this out. And if it goes well, we'll be able to have more conversations about, do we want to put more user groups in there for more hours of the week in our off season. So I'm really excited for us to see this truly is one of those ways that we're adding services to our community without really spending any more taxpayer money. So thank you to administration for all the work that's gone into that, and I'm looking forward to hearing the thwack coming out of that room.
All right, moving on to the rest of our agenda. Under correspondence, the 2024 Alberta Winter Games Society. The correspondence is in your package. I will open it up for conversation if there's questions on it. It is in your package, and really it's about accepting the legacy funding in the amount of $220,000 and to allocate this funding to the climbing wall project at the Activity and Reception Center. So if you recall, we had a very successful Alberta Winter Games. With that, there was legacy funding left after conversation and assessment of what is needed in our community and opportunities where we could enhance a facility. The recommendation from the Alberta Winter Games host committee was that this funding be allocated to the climbing wall project at the Activity Reception Center. So if somebody wanted to make the motion, then we can have discussion. I'll recognize Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's always a wonderful thing when we host an event and get significant legacy funds as a result. That means that we've done a really good job and that people recognize that Grande Prairie is a great place to come for sporting events. So on that note, I would move that Council accept the Alberta Winter Games legacy funding in the amount of $220,000 and allocate this funding to the climbing wall project at the Activity and Reception Center. And it'll be great to get that project off the ground or up the wall and available for our children to enjoy and learn new skills and athleticism.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. I have two other people in the queue, and so questions for administration or discussion and debate. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm excited about this one. It is going to be great to see another add to that facility. Can administration remind me, when we were first talking about this, there was some funding that was going to come from the organization. Is that still happening? Is the climbing club still putting in some matching funds on this as well? And what the total scope of that project was?
Thanks for joining us, Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the total project was about $400,000. We have 115 allocated now, so there will still be some funds required from the club side of things. They did have some turnover within their board, so we're just working with them to get their grant applications back on track and finalized. So we still would be looking for about $85,000.
Okay, but we're pretty confident we'll see that through the club and fundraising efforts.
Yeah, or we can modify the scope of the wall that they were looking for as well.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That was my question that Councillor Platt asked. But based on this, can they do a phased approach in, number one? And when would be the anticipated time of opening this climbing wall for them?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As far as the phased project, certainly we could do that. It would probably save us some money if we could do it all in one big package, but we'll have to look into that when it goes out to RFP. As far as timing, I think it will just depend on when we get the rest of the funds or if we look at modifying the project. So I couldn't even give you a timeline at this point, but as soon as possible.
Right. So communication with the climbing wall committee or organization on opening date will be discussed with them as well?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just following on some of those veins, the original conversation and council allocated approximately $100,000 was based on that club being a partner, as mentioned by Councillor Plott. Is our expectation now that this legacy funding and the previously allocated council funding is there, you're going to start regardless if they are a partner in this project?
Thank you for the question. So we'll go back to them and speak to them about what their intentions will be moving forward. Obviously, they have experts in climbing within their organization, so ideally we would like to partner with them and continue on with the project, but we will have to circle back with them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could circle back with council. My concern is that the conversation was, and council approved the funding based on them being a partner. So it appears that approximately 3/4 of the funding is there now. I don't know if council said, yeah, go ahead because 3/4 is there. The original conversation was council approved the funding based on them being a partner.
Sure, I can invite them to come back as well as a delegation.
Be awesome. Thank you for that. Mr. Burke.
I would just add that I appreciate a motion to allocate this to that project. This still wouldn't be part of our capital plan. That still would be coming back to council to add in a future capital plan. So there is another touch point on this.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just kind of tweak. So if the club come back and didn't have funding, would this come back again, or would this still happen? I am kind of curious about that. I guess for one, I was hoping we were leveraging some community funding on this. So what would be our steps as council if we approve this? It happens. Would there be a condition that it would have to get some kind of matching funding for it to be official, or how does this? Because when I read this motion, once we send this, it goes out there and it just happens, if I'm understanding that right. So without leveraging the community money, this goes on one way or another. As Mayor Clayton said, I was a little bit concerned because I thought we were leveraging some. So just some clarification on that would be great.
Sure, thank you. I think what we'll do is have them come back and present to committee or council with what their intentions are, and then we could have some direction from that point if that's appropriate.
So I guess my question for a minute is this premature accepting this now without knowing that? Or if we accept this, is it undoable? How does that work?
So no, I would encourage you to accept this and allocate to that project. We won't be proceeding until this is part of a capital plan. We don't have authority to proceed with that expenditure. So there is another touch point. So as Ms. Bieberdorf has suggested, having the group come and explain how they could be contribute to this project, which was the original intent, would be a step. We won't be proceeding with an RFP until it is included and council has approved the capital plan. So I assure you there's another step in this, and we'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Sorry. I was just curious if we were to have the club come in and speak to us, is the city prepared to help them, loan them the money until they raise the funds, just so that we can see the project go ahead now rather than later? Or is that, wait till they come and talk?
I think that once we see the capital plan, that there'll be a better conversation at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the motion is on the table. I see no one else in the queue, so I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Thanks, Ms. Bieberdorf. So moving on, no delegation business today, no notices of motion. We do have a public hearing this evening, and that is the balance of this afternoon's meeting. We will see you back here at 6 o'clock. Thanks so much. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of July 29th, 2024. We are now in our evening session and have a couple public hearings. First item of business under item number 15 on today's agenda, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-184. I'll call this public hearing to order. Look to Ms. Patel for an introduction from administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to rezone the subject property from Commercial Arterial District to Direct Control District. The subject property is located east of Resources Road, lying west of the rail lines. The site is within the boundaries of Southeast Area Structure Plan and the Resources Road Outline Plan. The applicant has requested to rezone the property from Commercial Arterial to a Direct Control District. The proposed DC district is exactly the same as the current commercial arterial zoning, including the uses and the development authority. With the exception for the modified front, rear, and side yard setbacks as shown on the slide. The proposed DC district allows for tailored setback requirements that specifically addresses the unique needs and characteristics of the commercial development, creating a more predictable and stable environment for businesses. Notwithstanding the foregoing, a 5-meter setback shall be required for a portion of west side boundary in accordance with the right-of-way plan. The development is also required to comply with the high visibility corridor requirements. Section 41 of the Land Use Bylaw, development setbacks from the rail lines shall not apply because the site is situated farther away from the rail lines. The clause 41.8 of this section allows for the flexibility with setback rules in cases like this. It says the rules can be relaxed if the commercial, retail, or industrial site is small and cannot accommodate the setback requirements if the site is vacant or underutilized. In these cases, the standard setback for the area will apply. The proposed amendment was circulated as well as advertised. The proposal also conforms with the Southeast Area Structure Plan and the Resources Road Outline Plan. Based on this background and analysis, it is recommended that Council give 3 readings to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I will now move to the presentation and submission portion of this public hearing. And I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. If so, come forward. I'll turn your microphone on. Unfortunately, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, so if you have anything to show me, I'll get you to pass it to one of our administrators. But otherwise, please introduce yourself and address council, and council may have questions for you.
Through you, Mayor Clayton and members of council, my name is Mark Ito. I'm the Vice President of Design and Construction at Forum. I'd like to start by thanking the city and its dedicated team for the hard work and effort they've put into this project. Forum is incredibly excited to get involved in this development in Grande Prairie, and we are strongly in favor of this amendment. We're looking forward to contributing to the growth and development of this wonderful community. I'm here today to express our commitment to the project's success and to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thanks for being here today. So I'll open up to council in case there's any questions. And seeing none, I'll just thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
You bet. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. And I apologize, I just need to open this. To my knowledge, there's nobody online to speak here today. So I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment C-1260-184. And seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And there's no one online, no one in the chambers is moving forward, but I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of land use bylaw amendment C-1260-184, and a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and move to business arising. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, I had a question on the plan. Can I ask that now?
When we get to second reading, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I'll do business then.
Perfect.
I can find the detail. Okay, I'd like to move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-184, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Rescind in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move that council gives second reading to bylaw C-1260-184.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. An opportunity for discussion or debate. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I do have a question for administration. I think it's fairly well known that I'm not a big fan of direct control, and so I'm looking for assurances that the amendments required for this development could not happen in any other format.
Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The applicant was provided option to either go with variances or do a direct control district, and it was applicant's wish to do a DC as a means to secure tenants and ensuring that it's ensuring the development's viability and appeal. It was the best option that was decided.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess I just want just some confirmation on how close we are with the rail line and the adjacent development. If you could go over that area of risk for me again, please.
Ms. Patel, would you be able to show your slides again and review the space adjacent to the rail? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the current rail lines are, there's a approximately 50-meter parcel between the subject property and the existing rail lines.
50 meters, but yes, I see that. Is that normal? Is that, like, I want to know the value of this 50 meters. Is that substantial? Is it under? Is it, like, what is regular?
Ms. Patel?
Yeah. So according to our land use bylaw, a 30-meter setback is required when there are rail lines, development adjacent to rail lines. So there's a sufficient space between the rail lines and the subject property.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, this is for administration. If you can go back to the slides and just go one slide next. Yep, keep going. Go to the one where it has the big red, and there is you can see on this one that it looks like, and it comes off of 92nd Street, it looks like a utility corridor. Is that what that line, go to the next picture, please. Next, yeah. It shows it clearer on the one that's full red. Go one more.
That's it.
Well, it showed the line cutting through the whole properties, and it showed that line cutting through, right through to the Resources Road. And I'm just wondering, what is that? Why is that outlined in the way it is?
So I think he's referencing where the drawing that shows the southeast area structure plan. It's in our report. I don't know if it was in your slide presentation. Is this what you're referencing, Councillor O'Connor?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the southeast area structure plan, there's a red area indicated, and then the piece of property that's identified of what we're discussing today is outlined within that. Mr. Johnson, did you want to?
I'm not, through the mayor, I'm not sure of the exact history of that right-of-way, but this is from a rather old document, And just going from the line work on GP map, the parcel is a complete parcel unencumbered by utility easements. So I'd just suggest to disregard it.
Okay, fine. It sure looked like it continued all the way through, so didn't want to make sure that the person that wants to develop it doesn't run into an issue later on. Thank you.
All right. So seeing no further questions, I'll call the question on second reading. And that
Rescind in favor.
is carried 8-1. And I will now call Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-184 at this meeting.
So that motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here today, this must be carried unanimously. And I apologize because Councillor Thiessen is voting, but I can't see him on the screen. So I'm actually going to pause for a moment because I'm not sure if Councillor Thiessen had his hand up with questions at all. He does have his hand up. So Councillor Thiessen, I understand, has his hand up. Councillor Thiessen, if you can hear me, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, I had my hand up before to ask a question of administration. Just a reflection of my no vote. I was just trying to get attention for the question. I don't think it'll change how I vote, but I sure would like to ask before we go on to have third reading, if I may.
Yep, please go ahead.
Awesome. My question, Ms. Patel, is in regards to the environmental impact. It says that the subject site will require the removal of the existing stand of trees. Now, that's quite a stand of trees. Are we removing all of the trees in that site with the approval of this?
Ms. Patel?
I can handle that one, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much. All of the trees that are on the subject property are, how do you say it? They would be okay to be removed from an environmental sensitivity perspective. They are poplar trees predominantly. In advance of subdividing this parcel, administration got a biophysical report conducted, and through that report it identified environmentally sensitive areas, and so a significant portion of the southern end of the site was carved off and dedicated as environmental reserve, and the remainder of the site is developable.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Thiessen?
Actually, it answered almost two of my questions. I had two. Just in regards to that environmental biophysical study, Mr. Johnson, were there any other impacts that administration were made aware of if we were to reduce the tree stand? Any small risks?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, none were identified, no.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. So I'll now call the question on having third reading here tonight. So this motion, in order for us to have third reading here tonight, must pass unanimously. And please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
I'm not O'Toole. So I'd like to move council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-184, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
So that motion is in order. Opportunity for any further discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to our second item of tonight, item 15.2, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-176. Give me one moment, please. And this is an urban agricultural definition and Regulations. I'll turn it over to Ms. Downing for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor
My
Clayton.
apologies. First, I will call the public hearing to order, and now I'll turn it over to Ms. Downing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The city has initiated an amendment to the land use bylaw to add the use urban agriculture and proposed regulations for the use. Various motions from InvestGP committee meetings directed us to explore urban agriculture. The focus was to make agriculture use discretionary on vacant land. On June 11th, 2024, committee directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to allow urban agriculture in urban areas. Council addressed numerous rezoning applications for large-scale agriculture in urban areas. Currently, agriculture use is limited to specific industrial and urban reserve districts. Key considerations, including traffic, pesticide use, air quality, noise, and odors, were explored. Wildfire risks associated with agricultural land in urban areas was also considered. Approaches in other municipalities were also reviewed. Many cities allow urban agriculture with specific conditions to mitigate impacts. The proposed definition of urban agriculture distinguishes it from general agricultural operations, mitigating concerns by specifically excluding livestock operations. Classifying the use as discretionary allows the Development Authority to ensure its appropriateness and prevent unsuitable applications. Issuing temporary permits enables administration to revoke the permit or require changes if concerns arise. And the proposed regulations address other considerations with agricultural in urban settings. Administration recommends that Council give all three readings to Bylaw C-1260-176. Thank you.
Thanks for your introduction. I will allow questions for administration right now, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. When we brought this forward, to me, logically, there was really only one crop that would make any sense to me anyway, in my limited knowledge, but I have a little bit, would be hay. With this, I don't see us setting up intensive livestock or sheep or anything like that. What controls do we have written in here that, I guess, limit or exclude certain crops or livestock?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. So the definition itself excludes livestock. As far as the type of crop, there is a site plan that they would need to prepare that would be reviewed by all departments in the city, and concerns would be brought forward due to the fact that it's a discretionary use. If the crop is unsuitable, the Development Authority could refuse it.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted those assurances.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I noticed in your staff report that Calgary allows urban agriculture only for the growing of fruits and vegetables. In that statement, are they referring only to no on-site food processing? Or is it in fact really restricted to essentially gardens?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. I was only able to read the literature they had online. I didn't speak to anyone specifically at Calgary, but my assumption is that they're limiting it for food production reasons.
Okay, but we're not specifying anything other than the fact that no large scale agriculture.
Thank you, through the mayor. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I guess for me, reading number 5 of the general regulations pretty much says it all. The use must not generate odor, waste, noise, smoke, glare, dust, fire hazard, visual impact, or any other hazard or nuisance. So that pretty much covers everything. So just to maintain this regulation, we would just go through bylaw if need be?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. This would just, I'm not sure I understand the question. Perhaps
well, if somebody decided to do something that was, let's say generated odor.
Contrary to the policy.
What would be the the enforcement piece on that side.
Thank you. Through the mayor, the bylaw has specified that they're issued on a temporary basis. So it's a temporary permit. So their permit, we would work with them to help them mitigate the risks and concerns. And if they can't, then the permit would be revoked and they would be required to discontinue the use.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to now move to the presentation and submission portion of the public hearing and see if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment, C-1260-176. I will now ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this. I will check online to see if there's anyone in addition here to speak in support of this. And a third time, if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And I'll look online to see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And a third time, if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of bylaw C-1260-176, an urban agricultural definition and regulations. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and move to business arising, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-176, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
So that motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call the question.
Pressy in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move council give second reading to bylaw 1260-176.
That motion is in order. Looking for discussion or debate, recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you. Just a question. Anybody that's currently have an agricultural land farm and raises horse or cattle, sheep or whatever it is currently, is this going to stop that, or is it going to have any changes?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you. Through the mayor. If they are currently zoned to allow agriculture use on their property, this would have no impact on them.
Okay, just for clarification. Thank you very much.
Seeing no one online or no one in chambers with further questions, I'll call the question on second reading. That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that we have third reading at this meeting.
So that motion is in order. It's a motion to have third reading here tonight. In order for us to have third reading, this must pass unanimously. Seeing no one online or in the chambers with questions or discussion, debate, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that does carry unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-176, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that. So this is third reading, an opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. All right, moving along, there are no delegation business tonight. Now I'll move to council member reports, and I'm going to start with Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I figured I might get to go first since I'm not sitting in the chambers. No, it's been a pretty good couple weeks. My son and I are just off on a little vacation. We're stateside right now, but there were a few events that I partook in prior to leaving. One of the best events I think of the summertime is always a great way to kick it off. Is the Reading University graduation ceremony, which this program just keeps growing. This year is 190 students that participated that the mayor and I got to watch do the full graduation, the song and dance. I know members of council are very aware of this. Councillor Bressy as well had a son in it last year, and it's such an incredible program that teaches kids the joy of reading and lifelong learning. So to see the happy looks on their faces and the pride as they walk down the I guess the stage at the Douglas J. Cardinal Theatre is it's always very heartwarming. And to all the volunteers and teachers that help out with Reading You, and especially the organizers, thank you so much. It's such a great service for all of our kids who hopefully one day will grow up and become community leaders and take our spots, hopefully sooner rather than later, because this world needs that positive energy that these kids are putting out at Reading You. To take part in the International Street Performers Festival. I got 2 out of 3 days there. Mind you, one of the days was rained out, so I guess I got 100%. It was an incredible festival. This, for me, it's a family tradition for us to go at least one day out of the weekend. And this year, I must say, it was probably the most talented group of street performers I've seen assembled. Very entertaining, so much skill. Some of them said this was their first ever international street performance, and they did not disappoint. So great job to Wayne and Wendy and all the organizers and volunteers for making that a community staple in our downtown core this year. It was unbelievable, and lots of great reviews about the foam pit too. So good work there. I know we all know about the Jasper fires, hence I'm wearing the I Heart Jasper shirt. We had to change a bit of our plans. We didn't go through because of what was happening there, but we do plan on coming back, since it'll come after the time that they reopen Jasper town and the national park. But I know all council probably shares my sentiments, but I love Jasper. It says it on my shirt. Some place I go every single year, and to know that there are people that have made their home there or made it their destination, and to see what has happened to it, my heart just goes out to you, and I can't show enough appreciation for all the hardworking firefighters that have gone out there, from our own fire crews as well as the global firefighters, to help put that out. And thank you, Mother Nature, for the rain. That certainly helped our firefighters too. And to all of our city staff as well that is dealing with our emergency response center, not just for Jasper, but also for Little Red River Cree Nation, who's also dealing with their own fires up there. Another huge thank you. We can't thank you enough for all the hard work that goes into ensuring that, people are accommodated and they feel like they have a place to fall back to when their home isn't there for the Unfortunately, over the years, it seems we're getting old out of it, so they have a good system going. But hopefully, we don't have to activate the center in the near future or in the future. But I know that the people that are staying here are in great hands. So thank you to all of our city staff and volunteers and great people in the city of Grande Prairie. Finally, I got what's meant from Grand Spirit Foundation. Denise Jodry from Birch Hills County, sadly, on July 17th, passed away. It was quite sudden. Nobody really saw it coming. She's been a driving force for fundraising for seniors, for her community in Birch Hills County. She's the chair of the Friends of the Foundation and the fundraising.
If Councillor Thiessen joins us again, we'll come back to him. For now, I'll go to Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I want to start by saying I'm not the only one, I'm sure they'll mention it, but the air show was absolutely fantastic. As a father of a kid who's obsessed with planes, wants to join cadets last year, I was especially thankful for it. So I want to give a huge thank you to Councillor O'Toole, as well as the probably the dozen or so people that really made it happen, and the hundreds of volunteers we had in the community that also made it happen. So thank you so much to everybody who's involved in that. It was a very meaningful weekend for me and a very enjoyable weekend for so many people in our community and across the region. So thankful for that event. I know I missed my second favorite event of the summer, which is the Street Performers Festival, but I missed for good reason. I got to go on a tour. I had a half working trip, half family trip for Alberta municipalities. Had a couple meetings in Edmonton, but also went up to Wood Buffalo to visit the Fort McMurray Council. Went to Cold Lake to visit their council. Went to Sherwood Park, and really enjoyed going to some other mid-sized cities and to regional municipalities to see what they're doing. I think the two things that were really notable to me was, one, how well used the public climbing wall was in Fort McMurray. So really glad that today we put some more money towards a climbing wall. Looking forward to having one of those here. But the coolest little thing that I kind of want to steal from Strathcona County was, if you go into their county hall, first of all, you'll see a beautiful stairway that's custom painted. But more than that, every single room you go into has a beautiful piece of art made by a professional local artist. And what they've been doing for about 30 years now is not spending a lot of money, just a couple $1,000s a year. But every year they buy a piece or two that's made by a local artist, and they've preserved some of their art history, but also it's just made their municipal buildings look so memorable and so much better because they've just been doing a small investment every year for years. So I think that's an idea I might be bringing to a committee in the future. We put money aside for public art every year, and we don't spend a lot. We don't really spend it, so that might be a more affordable way to do it. So I absolutely love that. And then the funnest part of the trip was I got to be the very first tour group through the very first hydrogen house, legal hydrogen house in North America. This is a house where instead of a natural gas pipeline coming into it, there's a hydrogen pipeline coming into it. So it's using just pure hydrogen to heat the air, heat the water. As far as the Strathcona County staff know, there's one guy who did it kind of off the books in the US. And this was a house that did completely by code, completely up to snuff, and first kind of fully legal conforming one in North America. So it was pretty cool to see and start envisioning the future of what a section of our economy might look like. So it's a cool tour. If you're in Strathcona County, you have a chance to check that out. I'd encourage you to do it. Next year, they're going to be starting on an entire development with up to 85,000 people in it that will be completely heated by hydrogen. So interesting stuff. So I appreciated that.
Thanks for it, Councillor Rescind. Oh, I had Councillor Thiessen back, but he's gone again. So I'll go to Councillor O'Toole.
All right, thank you very much. I also attended the International Street Performers Festival in Grande Prairie on Saturday and Sunday. We actually sat out Saturday night, and we had a meal on the street served to us with a cold drink, and we enjoyed the evening with my wife and some friends. This last week, I attended the Special Olympics meetings. We had a facilities tour. We had a sport chair meeting, and also the members of Special Olympics Alberta were in attendance. I was at the airport this weekend to witness the stars unveiling of our Grande Prairie logo on the newest helicopter for our support of giving them money over the last, since 2007, I think it was, and contributed every year. And once again, as mentioned, I was pretty busy the last 18 months on occasionally missing some other stuff that was important to me, but this regional air show was, I feel, a success. And there was a number of us, I think 20 of us sitting at the table, and that was about 18 months of planning. I think I heard nothing but positive comments. I know we're not involved in the food trucks. If you had to get something to eat, you may have to wait a little while, but the busing service, everybody was concerned about it, and it turned out to be spectacular. No issues, no concerns. And that is my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First, I'll just give a little synopsis on the storm board meeting I was at. Just some points of interest. The Jersey auction will be September 5th this year, just before the home opener, which is September 13th against the Whitecourt Wolverines. Season tickets are on sale now, so it'd be great for everybody to get their season tickets so they kind of see ahead of time where they're at. And the Junior Storm starts August 6th. There's about 300 kids there already signed up, so there might be a few spaces open if you want to try get your young hockey player in at the end of the 11th hour here. Street performers, I know others have spoken about it. I spent a great deal of time this last few weeks on the street performers, and I have to say it was pretty good. There was performers from 5 different continents, and my experience with the performers over the last several years, I would say these ones were incredibly strong entertainers. So happy to see that. The weather was hot, but it was hot for everybody, the Rib Fest included. And Friday we got rained out, which sucked really hard. that was terrible. It was it was awful as an organizer. But people rallied, came back on Saturday, and then again on Sunday. And then this weekend, the air show. Happy to attend that. I have to tell you that we have a new guest in our home. My father-in-law, who's a 90-year-old Jasper evacuee, and we took him to the air show. He loved every second of it. What was interesting is these planes that he witnessed on Saturday were some of the very types of planes he saw in World War II back in Britain. So, what it means to people, is pretty impressive. So happy to bring him there. His second favorite thing was Costco. Never been to a Costco, so we're having lots of fun. So that's my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bosch. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Street Performers Festival was very, very good. Some, like I said, Wendy said, some very, very strong performers, very entertaining. The guy with the ball drove me crazy. Whatever. And then the Rib Fest, it only took me an hour to go through the line, grab the food. It was very, very hot. Did Champions Gym with Chris Thiessen, and that's always a joy. Went to the graduation of the Reading University, 200 kids. What a joy to watch the smiles on their faces. And they have set these students up for success in the future, and it's a very valuable program. The Grande Prairie Air Show was, I worked the fence and the barricades on 2 days. I had to switch sides so I could get burnt evenly across the ball. It was very warm there. And the hit for me was the A10 Warthog, and Captain Mike, he gave me a special tour. Hey, right on. Thank you. Hope they do it again every 2 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. For me, I attended the Peace Library System executive meeting. That was on Saturday morning, so I missed out on the unveiling. Councillor Thiessen touched on this, but we lost one of our board members to that. Denise Jodry was councillor out in Birch Hills County. So we took a moment of silence for her. She'll be missed. Got to attend the Street Fest Frolic, and that was kind of a pre-event to the Street Performers Festival. I don't know how it happened. I was wearing a pink Hawaiian shirt just for fun because it was a very, very hot day, and I think I was a target because I got pulled up on stage twice. There were 2 events that got people pulled up, and I was one. So I had barbed wire flung at me while I held a balloon, and then I had to have a stuffed baguette sword fight. So a little bit of fun there. And then the Street Performers on Saturday, it was actually nice because I got to talk to both of the street performers that pulled me up on stage that I didn't get a chance to visit with on the Thursday night, but I got to visit with them on Saturday. Rib Fest, again, very, very, very hot day. Thanks to the organizers there. I really appreciated the music. I didn't have to wait quite an hour. I went supper time on Sunday, and it was probably a 20-25 minute wait. And so beat the heat there. Also want to thank Equiterra for the misters during the Street Performers Festival. So that was one of the more popular attractions at 35 degrees Celsius. And as far as the air show goes, I did attend an event at Adventure Aviation. They had a sponsor event, and we got to get up close to the planes, have chats with the pilots. Just a really nice event, and Adventure Aviation does a lot of great things in the community, so this is just another one. And then I did get out to the air show on Sunday, and again, it seemed hot. I saw Councillor O'Toole there, and he's still a little shade of red from being out in the sun, so just thank you again for all the hard work for Councillor Bosch and Councillor O'Toole for being part of these 2 wonderful events, so thank you. For those who didn't hear, he said it's the Macintosh Apple mug.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Berg. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Not a lot to report. I had a family holiday for one of the weeks, and last week I had a Nitehawk AGM. So I want to thank 3 members for letting their names stand, and Alexis Ottenbright to be a new board member on the Nitehawk. We sadly did approve a budget that had several fairly large price increases in it and still showing a small deficit. So thanks for council today reallocating the operating account for capital operating. It's been a lot tough. Last couple of years have been very tough on the Hill. On a positive note, there was some good conversation about potentially remediation being able to move forward, looking at a new process to try to get that lift back up in line. So hoping McElhaney can come up with some wizardry and get that lift reopened, as that'll have a huge impact on the Hill moving forward. And that's my report.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to mention a couple things first. One is thank you so much to the people who put on the air show and to Councillor O'Toole. I was able to attend Sunday with 4 of my grandchildren. I have 6, so that's like unheard of. The oldest and the 3 youngest. So we had a good time, and the food trucks must have been great because I hardly saw them except when they were eating. It was continuous. Also, council heads into a break after this meeting today, and so I wanted to just let people know how much we are all looking forward to the Folk Festival, August 16th to the 18th. I spent the majority of time since the last council meeting at the Pacific Northwest Economic Region Conference, which took place in Whistler this year. The Pacific Northwest includes Montana, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon, Alaska, BC, Alberta, Saskatoon, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. So it's a very Western-focused conference. Really focuses a lot on policy, and it's fairly political. It's an interesting conference for sure. And there were 2 sessions that I really enjoyed. One of them was a session put on by Transport Canada and whatever the U.S. version of Transport Canada is. Yeah, something like that. They really love their acronyms, and I can't keep track of acronyms at all. But they talked a lot about changes coming for international travel. We will be introduced fairly soon to digital IDs where your passport, your driver's license, and all of your visas for countries that you're visiting will be stored on your smartphone. And so when you go through security at an airport, there will be no stopping. You don't have to stop and show your boarding pass to person A and then to person B and then to person C, who are all standing shoulder to shoulder. That won't happen any longer. The machinery that is in the airport will simply read your phone as you go by. However, to let people know, this is not mandatory. You have to sign up for it, and if you are not eager to share your location through your phone, you simply continue to use the traditional paper versions of travel. I think you get a separate line, but other than that, I just thought that was really interesting because, of course, I've been through security in airports around the world, and no one's really uptight like we are in North America. North Americans are really uptight about security. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what some of those changes might look like. The second session that I was really excited about was one that's fairly familiar to people in this room, which is economic corridors. The host for that session was MLA Shane Getson, and it was probably the session that created the most excitement at the conference because it was a new idea for lots of people there. So Mr. Getson talked a lot about the concept of Fortress North America, which would be similar to the the European Union. It's a way of positioning North America to be globally competitive, and he had a few people on his panel with him, Representative Kevin McKay, who's from the Alaska State Legislature, as well as Simon Yu, the Mayor of Prince George, Mayor Alana Natu, Mayor Alana Natu from Sturgeon County, and they really talked a lot about moving product to market through a variety of different ways, and that would include the A2A or Alberta to Alaska economic corridor, as well as one that goes through southern Alberta and out through Washington. We talked a lot about the cost of the petroleum industry on the economy of Canada and how the economy of Canada depends on a product that most people seem to hate. I have to say that Mayor Alana from Sturgeon County, her part of the conversation, she was brilliant. She was spot on and sharp, and I really enjoyed listening to her. There were about 45 Albertans at this conference, which is the most we've ever sent. And at 5:30 every day, we would have we would all get together in a room and talk about the highlights of the day and what we felt we needed to be talking about with other delegates as we headed into the evening receptions. Is a very, very focused conference, and it is one that I really encourage other council members to go. Next year, it's just outside of Seattle. And this is the first year that the county sent delegates. The Reeve of the county was there, as well as 2 councillors and their economic development person. So it was just really enjoyable, and it is a long conference. It took me a week and a little longer when you take in travel, so I did miss the Street Performers Festival for the first time in quite a long time. So that's my report, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. I don't have a lot to add. I attended the Grande Prairie Regional Airport AGM with our CAO. It's an annual event that we go to be part of the annual general meeting. Attended the board meeting following that. Had the opportunity to be at the Grande Prairie Street Performers Frolic. Had the opportunity to see Councillor Berg be a 2-time performer that night. And so kudos to the organizers, the volunteers, the sponsors. We know that Mr. Ailing and Councillor Bosch put in a ton of time, but there's many other people and sponsors that really dedicate their time and money to this event. It's a great event, something we really should be proud of, the size of it, the performers that it brings in from around the world, and it's really it's a highlight of the summer, in my opinion. As mentioned, attended the Reading University graduation with Councillor Thiessen, Councillor O'Connor. It was an incredible event. That theatre was standing room only at the Douglas J. Cardinal Theatre, and incredible work that organization, Reading University, does for youth in our community. Thank you to Rhonda and Linda Side, who originated that initiative, and Helen Neufeld, and the people that really have made that program strong and continue to spend their summer months educating youth and teaching them to be stronger readers. It's really something that we should be proud of. Attended the Grande Prairie Air Show on Saturday. Kudos to Councillor O'Toole and Bruce Tatry and Amanda Airbach, the 20 some odd people on the board. It really was so great to see an air show come back to our community. Having been almost 20 years since it was here, I felt the community really embraced it. There was great crowds, great fun was had by all. It created a lot of conversation in our community leading up to the event. People were seeing unique aircraft flying throughout our community, and just the social media posts in anticipation of that event, I think was really something quite fun. So kudos to everybody that took their time, and the sponsors and the organizers that came together for that event. I look forward to seeing it again in 2 years. Also, as Councillor Blackmore mentioned, I attended Pennoir. It's really a great conference, an opportunity to have cross-jurisdiction conversations in regards to trade and economic development, and we've talked about this before, but things such as feral swine and hydrogen and just all the different sort of opportunities when you think of the Pacific Northwest, what the trading and policy and alignment opportunities are. It's really quite it's really quite energizing to have those conversations. I had a great conversation with the mayor of Prince George, who is reasonably new elected and new to politics, but just, about the likeness of our communities. And so it was a really great conference. Again, I attended it when it was in Calgary a few years ago. So if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to check it out. With that, I mentioned council is going on a break. I'm looking forward to council getting, Councillor O'Connor.
I just wanted to mention that you did the unveiling for STARS.
Yes, I was getting there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So glad I have you to remind me how to do my job. No. Anyways, looking forward to the break. I think that council's had a very busy year, and so it'll be great. But as Councillor O'Connor mentioned, another event that we attended on Saturday, Grande Prairie is the first community to reach 1 million years of cumulative donations. We've been involved in STARS Air Ambulance for 18 years. So over that time, now our logo is on the top of that aircraft. It's something that we know has served many people in our region and on a regular basis. It has 10 flights a day just in our region alone. The number of people that is supported in industry in rural areas across the region is something that is really quite, when you read about it, it's really quite interesting, and also it's really quite alarming to see the support, because you don't realize all these accidents and injuries and things that are happening in remote locations. So very proud to be on that aircraft with corporate sponsors and other municipalities, and something that council should take great pride in, seeing our name on that. So that unveiling was on Saturday as part of the air show. And if you didn't go to the air show, you'll see a lot of footage coming out of that event, but the diversity of the aircraft carriers was something quite incredible. So again, thank you to STARS. It was very nice. They gave me a birthday cake, so that was really nice, and I appreciated that and their initiative for doing that. It was very thoughtful. But anyways, with that, I will say enjoy the rest of your evening. We will see you in the community, and council, enjoy your break. Administration, enjoy your break with council off, and we'll see you in a couple weeks. Take care.